Hello, everyone. It is I, Yuma. A couple things. Or let me switch to just chatting screen real quick. Just a couple things. One, some redeems will now come up automatically. Including but not limited to Bonk and Headpat. I was trying to figure out what it was, and that is now automatic now. As well as some of the other toggles. Some will not be for the specific model. I'm kind of just using it because it matches the theme of the game. But yeah, there is a couple redeems, available. Thank you, Joker. You just proved my point. But yeah, we're gonna be playing the Great Chronicles, specifically the second one, since we've been in the first one already. But yeah, that is the plan. And thank you for the stretch, Joker. Yeah. Fire! I don't even... Why are you still here? If I'm right, it should be like a couple seconds. Why are you still here? Oh, I forgot! It's because it's this model, damn it. Objection. Okay, hold on. Now I remember why. Because I forgot to change how long these were supposed to be. Oops. Okay, hold on. Let me quickly do these. Okay. I may have forgotten. Let me quickly get these up so it actually turns off automatically. Jeff Streamer, let's go. Okay. Is that all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like this. Okay, there you go. Alrighty. But yeah, this is gonna be the first time I play the second case. Or at least the second game. So, hopefully we won't lose our mind today. And you will have bad voice acting from moi. Yeah, I forgot we're still in Britain. Oh. Okay, her father's dead.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Mrs. Sato.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
Find myself faced with another awful... Oh no. I'm assuming the last bit's a situation. I know my model's blocking it.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Sato! Wait.
So please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Oh no, she's turning into us! Oh, this is so pretty though! The Adventures of the Blossoming Eternity! This is actually beautiful, and I really would have this as a background, maybe. Oh no, Susato-san! No! 13th of August. I thought for a second today was August 13th, and I'm like, why am I playing this now? Supreme Court Judiciary. Defendant's Antechamber 3. Here I am again, after 9 months. Supreme Court of Judiciary... Judicature. I can't talk. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Okay, her father's not dead! I was so confused! Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes. Good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You got a fine figure, counsel. I don't remember your voices, but you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wished I had never been born. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Injin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Oh, she's so pretty! Would I be correct in thinking that you'd be my lawyer in court today? Yes. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I wanted to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication. This whole thing, I totally can read. I know English. I have never... Mibami? Born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Oh, unusual for a woman in our time. She works at the university research laboratory helping my father. Sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flustered. Oh my, it's just that... You look so gallant and dashing. Susato, what did you change? Did you decide to change something while we were not here? Sorry? And when I fall under your immense gaze, it makes me rather bashful. Susato, did you change your fit? Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh? What do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've been trying to try dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? Hi, buddy! What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner. No, what are you doing here? What's going on? What? Yeah. And when she said, I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that... That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, the varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University, a male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see... It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take your defense in this trial. My defense? Yep. Yeah. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at being born into this body. Courts of Japan are bare to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. That's a fucking lot, but okay, sure. I'm just gonna make it smaller. That's a lie, but okay, because she has stepped into the room before. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Sasato. You go to such lengths for me. Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, Sasato! Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Hey. It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already, and yet just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Okay, buddy. Ray? Please don't look at me like that, with those flustered cheeks and dawning eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just, you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. Twice! Ha ha ha. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Sato, you do believe in me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience... Conscious? Concise? Conscious is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Fully in my brain, like mixing two spellings correctly. Ah! Yes. Yes it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Sasato. I'm sorry. I know I haven't touched this game in like a month or so, but I still remember shit, and this kind of making me emotional that she learned from us, or specifically Ryunosuke. So, I'm like, bruh. Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. I don't know what voices I'm giving the guards. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside! Okay! I don't think I ever seen her run so fast. Well, Sasato, you certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted in the courtroom, and with no prior experience as being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right to assume that Ray doesn't know how it came to this. Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. No! I didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take her case? Is it really because of who the victim was? We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field. But I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. Shit. Shit. I'm Sasato Mikutoba, judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on the study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he was here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. I like how she took the concept of it and actually did it to save her friend, because this is just a repeat of the trial of the first game, where it was Kazuma and Naruhado, and I'm like joking, like smiling over here, because it is very, very cute, because they do resemble the same game. They are from the same game, actually. It's just a cute reminder, in my opinion, if you played the first one, or at least seen the first game, which is really cute. Well, cute, not cute in terms of murder, but you know what I mean. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Rei Ami. Oh fuck, you're back? I forgot you're always here. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. I don't remember voices. Girl! I'm gonna be real, she does slay, though. Realistically, she slays this outfit. Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Ready! No, Susato! You're being the same as your nose. No! So cute, but like, bro, no. Yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Urutaro Naruhado. Is that correct? Sorry. No! Sorry, I'm laughing. Oh, yes, I had to come with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel? Yes, that's me. That's right, that's me. Yes, I'm Rintaro. He who was vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruto's clan. Seems Rintaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhado. Fresh face. A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhado, would that perchance be? You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhado, currently in Britain as part of the study program. His cousin. That's right. Rintaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in the matter of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo payment lawyers. Any of them. Oh god. I'm sorry. What a shit. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you? Girl, Susato is every bit of gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo. It's pretty. I won't have you make fun of her. Her. Oh, please be careful, Ray. An unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His white. Okay, at least he did not catch on. He kind of should have, but girl, the purple in it. You could have gone with like any other color. His white and skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhado-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes won't to felt. I did not think that sentence makes sense, but okay. The case to be heard on this day is the matter of great significance to our national interest. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for proceedings for such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me. Perhaps this should be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. To determine whether you are significantly competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, and a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now. The same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even out of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, you consent to answering some simple questions. I like how... Okay, I'm gonna be real. She looks like the Hatsune Miku. Specifically the Sakura, or not Sakura, fuck, I'm forgetting the pronunciation of the song name. But it is very popular. I'm forgetting the name. If Fen was here, he would be disappointed as fuck right now. Because I don't remember... Sembotica. Sorry, there you go. I don't remember his exact pronunciation, but she does look like that. And honestly, it is cute on her. Alright, it's time to prove myself. Girl, you're big just like him. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple. Very well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim. Phew, that's simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. She forgot. What's the matter? When I see the issue now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else now that Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds won't. Okay, yeah, I am thinking this is wrong. Because she said it for the blinking one for the eyes. I'm right to assume this is not pronounced correct translation. Mines aren't to blank. I'm assuming that's what it was supposed to be. I don't know why this is here. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that disguise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismissal failure. Don't fret. You need only to use the knowledge you have gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record. Thank you! I was gonna look into it beforehand, but I couldn't. Yes, the answer is will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right. Yep, this is tutorial! I know what I'm doing! I don't have to read this! Don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely. Alright, check the court record with the blah blah blah. Thank you. Let me yap. That's crazy! It's the same bitch? That's crazy! Why is this chance? That is crazy. Okay. I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? Isabel Brent. Yes. Ah! Girl, you're turning into Rinosuke! The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Jezebel Brent. Jezebel Brent. Name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our Empire's judiciary, you'll be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me propose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brent was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Okay, I'm gonna just double check this, just to be sure. Time of death, 2 p.m. Witness statement. Single stab wound in the back, pierced slugs. Fatal hemorrhagic. Hematosis. Okay. Okay, just in case I ask how she died, because I'm not gonna remember. Why then is her name indubitably associated with our own Empire's judicial record history? I can read. I know English. Obviously, you wouldn't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving, yeah, this is just checking for the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Isabel Brent, behind the woman's student persona, was the face of Queen Victoria, the killer.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed, and the culprit was Isabel Brent. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba? Yes, I was indebted to the man. He's been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of the Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. Second-year English language student by the name of Renosuke Naruhado. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Jezebel Brent. I'm surprised we still remember this 9 months. I would not remember this, I would be real. Ms. Brent eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its conciliatory jurisdiction to play. We were unable to sentence Ms. Brent according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Only the day before. That will do. That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is significantly capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Achi. As is you wish, Your Excellency. I should have. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight. On a beach? On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lungs, an injury which proved fatal. That's why she's smiling. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brent in her bathing attire. That's not bathing attire. If that's what the fuck she wore, that's not bathing attire. And the accused, Ray Mibami. Accordingly, there is no doubt that the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The Police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Okay, but what's the motive then? How about you tell us motive? Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raised an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick out the prosecution's counsel on what he said about being. I want the motive. He said specifically motive, and I wanted him to say something. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Is the yard boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon? No matter, let us put this to the accused, shall we? Mabami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikitoba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating here. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikitoba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. I did not know that. Dr. Wilson, the visiting English professor who was murdered by Mrs. Brent 9 months ago. That's not reasonable. That is not reasonable. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him. That should not matter. Well, obviously, I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. I think you just proved yourself sincere. Oh no, Ray. Be careful of what you're saying. Ah. Girl. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details, and something we can use to bolster our defense. I would say the bathing spot? We just need info. If I may, Prosecutor, I fucking hate it here. Professor Achi, what do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country's bumpkin simple mind. Okay, buddy. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. I'm literally sounding like the emo. The fucking dumb gif. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Mrs. Brent had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For all time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Mrs. Brent was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the English embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me like me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But, in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet. I want to provoke the man if you don't need to. At this stage, I need to get more information, I think. Bit alone together? How about me, San? I'm thinking of Banmi. Yes, what is this? I mean, Naruto-san. I'm really sorry to wish we made my alias Runtaro Sasato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brent for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brent as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear, at the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brent on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brent extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have any opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brent managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Of course, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such a great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brent extradition to Shanghai, you can hardly blame Ray for a feeling of anger and resentment. Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you will kindly be so kind as to peruse this exhibit, a photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Yes, thank you, Counsel. Tragic image. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. No! Kind of possible. I'm talking about the dress in the back. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. As I understand it, then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible conjectures. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses? But who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. Is this who I think it is? I assure you that the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room of doubt. I doubt that. Even I doubt that. Sasato. Very well done, Counsel. Ready for your witnesses. I, Kasuchi Achi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irrelevant little student boy utterly humiliated me. Oh, I forgot you had fucking shorter hair. Ryunosuke Naruto. What, yes? This insult to the Achi family's name will never be forgotten. You've become considered with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. is the way of the world. May you never forget that. Damn, that's... Kazuma! Okay, hold on. That wasn't Oz. That was Kazuma, who is currently dead. Strike the head of a samurai. Strike the head of the samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of the cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle on top of my head. Observe the Achi growth. You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the beard expanding on my crown. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see where's the hope exactly. Damn, Ray. I said silence! Today I face another Yorko student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. My victory will be fertilized for the seed of hope on top of my head. You have been warned. The prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. Looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and the defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Is it who I think it is? Come on. I fucking knew it. Wait. I'm glad he made it back, but why is he here? Witnesses, please state your name and occupation for the court. Chief Inspector Satoru Asonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I am in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. And I am, well, the next big thing in books, an author renowned throughout the capital. In fact, yes. To be sold out, the satirical. I'm a cat, a sensational success by Sosuke Natsumi. Why do you have a journalist behind you? Oh my goodness. Struggling students from the province's police. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't. So natural that you feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Sosuke, even. Yes. What on earth is Sosuke-san doing here? Tread carefully, Sasato. That Arthur fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it begun. Yes, of course, I know. Presume Sosuke-san wouldn't have forgot about me, but I'm certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in 6 months, or so that it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Asanaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Oh. Now I have something on my face. Oh, the turtle's so cute! Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. I suppose it's this disguise, isn't it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Sosuke-san? Oh, well, you see... I don't remember his voice. I've been asked that day to give a lecture. Oh, you're a teacher? On the morning of this, in the Imperial University Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. Professor over there, in fact, with Professor Mikitoba. Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and sculptor my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial, struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brent was never taken into custody. He continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brent to go as long as a detective accompanies her. And that detective I am at the liberty to divulge was me. Thereby, the entire party departed heartily for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. I know! Unfortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duties flawlessly. I doubt that with you having blood on your brow. Oh my, Inspector, well, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father? No, fortunately I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But only if I had, I would never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Can you get the bitch who keeps coming out fucking leave? Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am. Okay. Time to cook. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crowd when I suddenly heard a catwall from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes. The young girl was astride the Englishwoman's dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she stabbed the victim multiple times. Let me see. Is that a knife? Indeed, it appears from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it all. The very moment of this crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes. That was it. Damning evidence. What do you have there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it on the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime once more. Oh, good to see. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. Are you sure it's not hers? That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah! The owner's initials have been engraved into the embodiment barrel. RM. Remabami. the initials of the defendant. No. Yeah, you're 100% being fucking Renosuke. His fountain pen will be admitted immediately as crucial evidence. Okay, pause. Well, you could yap. So, have I admitted everything? I'm gonna do this. Can I not check? Okay, so I can't check anything. I can't check anything via the pen. Damn, even her actual live goose is dead. Deceptive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courtroom today. Perfect weather to describe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor Achi of 9 months ago had none of this man's pose. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san. That means... Oh, yes. Me. Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Rutaro, pull yourself together, please. Alright, I've seen this countless times as judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witness' testimony to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Okay, what do we have? What is this? My question is, where's this quote-unquote dagger? Stabbed wildly. You actually saw her do it. Yes, indeed. Terrible specter. Okay, I'm not speedrunning reading that. Eek. Every sight and every sound is still carved into my memory. It was my impression, at least. The future literal sensation. Counsel, what on earth was that sheer scream? Oh, no, no, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly as a Japanese man, you know. I wonder if I might interject here, Dosuke-san. Something you said is troubling me. Where is this dagger? That was my impression. Were your words just now, I believe. So do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described? No, I mean yes. I mean I know what I saw. My ears don't deceive me when I heard that scream. Hence, my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it in tomorrow's newspaper serial. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a accurate turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your other friend of what he saw, the more enraged he's going to become. Oh dear. How awkward. Where's this blade? Where is this blade? You were stabbed multiple times. How can you be sure of that? Not on the blade. Where's the... Was she not stabbed once? Okay, I'm right. She was stabbed once. But the blade... The blood? Where's the blade? Where is this quote-unquote blade? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. No. And I note that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already stabbed at least once by the time I arrived at the scene. Yes, that's right, I saw it too. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Can I counter you right now? Maybe a year in London was too much for him. It sounds like he'd forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound, at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. You're wrong, but... Okay, buddy, you're wrong. We have proof, unless you have your blade. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly? That's just my personal opinion, of course. Damn, that's crazy, Sasato. Jesus, Sasato. No! Gonzo, you will refrain from mocking the witness. Oh no, I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. I know what it is! I just have to... That's all I could do. That's all I could do to stand here wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear. You really must try to calm down. But how am I supposed to find the inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. No, I know what it is. What you must remember is, I think, is that many witnesses inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons, a misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even. A delusion. What's important is that we determine the truth. And there's only one way to be sure of that. Yes, with evidence, of course. I know what to do. Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use the app. This is evidence. I know what it is. It says about inconsistencies. Once you have identified a witness's statement of evidence. Yeah. I know. Mikatoba, I know. Alright then. Their details. Yeah, I know what it is. That you can have witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start from the beginning. Besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl. You're right. You need to listen to this bonus again from the start. I know what it is. It's this, and then this, because it only says one. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhano-san has stood up here at the bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. What is the meaning of the menacing prose, Gonzo? Gonzo, I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How? Not you, Sasuke-san. This query is directly at Inspector Osanaga. At me. In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Asanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. It's Sasuke-san. Me? You claim to have seen Mabami-san in the throes of her stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Wildly. But both of you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife when you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and... Quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if a single stab stabbing hasn't already occurred. True. What exactly is your contention, Council? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Sasuke-san in fact saw was not the moment that the victim stabbed the victim at all. At the moment, the defendant was in fact withdrawing the blade from the victim's body. The cat. Excellent work, Sasato. He exploded at them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically. Oh no. Oh well, that takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin stage a scene much like this in the trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You're right. There's certain similarities. Except that the so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution who had only half a head of hair. Damn, that's crazy! Damn! What in there? My head is quite a crater deep dust. No, it is not. You're missing like half your head. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes no jot of difference. Yes, it does. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was a fatal blow. And was that very moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade, ready to first next strike, that the witnesses saw the knife was already tainted with blood because the accused has already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to the motives of extravagance. Just like, huh? I'm in agreement with the prosecution. What? The defendant was seen wielding the blade at all. That is significant grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back to where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young Yoko boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, we gave you evidence. And why would she have pulled the blade from the victim, and with the demon's cold-blooded composure too? The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes, going for the jugular. What does Father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know. But if I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely because she... I'm gonna say, but I'm just gonna assume it's because he was trying to save her life. Reasonably, you should not be taking a knife out because the knife will actually act as a plug, kind of. So that doesn't make sense. As much, it should just be this, even though you're not supposed to. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It saw she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Mabami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in the attempt to save Mrs. Brent's life. Why is everyone quiet? Why are you quiet? Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young Yorkle. Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to this slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean. Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. A young yokel hopefully has the mecrium of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to pose not one iota of common sense. If it's what I said, in terms of the blood, you should not be pulling a knife out because it is basically a plug. I swear I am throwing hands. Also, let me turn on the lights because it looks like it's about to rain outside and it is getting darker. So, give me a couple minutes. Okay. Okay, time to do this again. Very well, Inspector, I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense's counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Oh my god. Naka! This primer. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleed. I hate it here! I said it! That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife out of the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Yeah. Is that what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Even I know this. Because you're not supposed to pull it out. Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper should not be removed. I was right! Fucking damn it! Literally, it was like, there was no other option. Why would you hide the knife? To prove that you're not the killer. But also, like, why would you pull it out? You're a med student, you should know this. Why do you do that? ¿Por qué? Like, why? 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 Why do you do this? Now you're making it worse for yourself. God fucking damn it, bro. Why? Why? You did that to yourself! If that's actually what the fuck you did, I'm throwing hands. Oh, I see. Huh. This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Even I could tell you that. I literally said it. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh, well, I never stabbed anyone, you see. Or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is that true? Is it true what they're telling me? Yes! Even I know this! Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance for such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out the knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Mrs. Brent? I don't know. Ray, you gotta help me. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... Could my friend actually have... Sasato? Yes. Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Ah. Yeah, it's about to rain. I could hear it from outside. Gonzo, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. What? Where's the blade? However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issues with the established facts, I will be moving to my erudition immediately afterwards. Oh, shit. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. We got this. We'll be fine. This is going to be fine. It causes heavy bleeding. I'm not gonna present anything, I just want to see something. Within minutes. And this kind of does prove it true. So we can't use this. I'm assuming you just have to press on something. My question is, where is this quote-unquote blade? That is one thing I'm curious about. Because there is no discussion that there was a blade. Where is this quote-unquote blade at? The defendants had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I cannot imagine she would have behaved so irrationally. Yes, she has. She has done that, actually. Oh, but irrational behaviors is a word prerogative, isn't it? Oh god. Girl, why you yapping? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man would have such a bigoted views. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Kind. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover medical sides. Let's not forget that the young did have a motive of killing. Where am I pressing? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna press everything. I think that's my plan. Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognizes Mibami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. I just want to check something. No, okay. That's all I needed to know. Then I already read this. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appeared to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition as well, but he believed firmly in Mibami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brent's life further, I just can't think of any other way to explain why she did it. Sasato, it's times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. Fundamentals? And this is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? We don't have that many. Where's this quote-unquote blade? That's all Yuba wants to know. Where is this blade? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in great detail. Is it the pen, and the game was like, "Hey, you're thinking too far." Ah, I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the redundance, you only need to ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine evidence at the courtroom. It's an idea, certainly. What should I do? I know what to do. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhata-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Is it the pen? I swear to God, if it's the pen I'm throwing hands, if it's the fucking pen, I swear to God. Yeah, by the look in your eyes, I can see it's coming back to you. Go through the card record again and have a thorough look at everything. You must find your clues. I swear it's the pen. I swear! Pick up the pen's lid. There's no blood on it. Oh! It isn't the Yuba University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind? But it would play the... It does not belong to Ray. But that doesn't prove anything! Oh, the pen! Let's go to the barrel, shall we? Can you take it out? Reserve that holds ink. Yes, you feel it to draw blood through the nib. Can you use it as a syringe? What's wrong, Father? It's just it doesn't appear to actually have any ink in there, that's all. Yes, you're right, it's pretty much empty. Well, we're the verge of running out, I suppose. So the pen is not hers. That's basically what this game has told us. The pen isn't hers. But what the fuck do we do? The RM symbol is very clearly engraved in here, and the fact that Mrs. Brent was pointing onto this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message to you, to identify your killer, I mean. I don't think there would be any doubt that this is the key piece of evidence in this case. It's not point of proof, by the way. This has nothing. What am I proving? What am I doing with this fucking pen? Yes, I'll do it straight away, which we just did. But what does the pen got to do with anything? Because the pen is not covered in blood. Am I stupid? Okay, wait, I'm gonna save. It's something with the pen. It's something with that pen, bro. No, it's not even that either. I'm gonna test this. Was she trying to use this to prevent? Objection. Nope. Nope, 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 Susato, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut up. What the fuck? It's something with the pen and I don't know. Say anything. You know what? Well, ask these like real fast. You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean if you used due care and pay attention, it would be alright? I would have thought this needed spelling out, really, but the blade is likely a stopper for the wound. It was to occur. In other words, a medic would have to be present before any attempts were made to withdraw. doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such thorough explanation. What am I doing? What the fuck is my plan? I'm just gonna press on all these in case there's an obvious explanation here, which is clearly the defendant Ray when he said, I don't want to read this. Does not possess an ounce of sense. What? What do you think about that, Professor Mikatopa? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. Girl, shut. No. I don't know, young people today, if that friendship I don't understand. Careful counsel, lack of common sense can be very dangerous thinking. Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. It's something with the pen. It's something! And I don't. Oh. Okay, I just want to, like, go through everything now. Switcher use tells all. This is an interview between you two. Looks as though it's been quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the back of the neck. Ow. I do hope you weren't hurt. This is the newspaper from Sasaki-san. There's an important article on the back as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from... Oh. From Research Laboratory. From Yumi's Medical Research. Oh, there, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison has been stolen? It's the morning paper that Sasaki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as it is, as that is for the head of laboratory, I did not. I've heard no such thing. Why on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? Highly toxic poison. Morgan Street. But wait. Oh no, Ray. She was managing it. If what's writing here is true, it means that she tried to hide the death from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. Can we open this? No, we cannot. Okay. So we have the poison article. We have this, but there's no point. I'm assuming those two correlate because this ink has nothing. Shit. I'm gonna assume this, and this is gonna be a large if. Objection. Nope. Okay. Nope. Nope. Shut. Mayday. Leave. We went through everything, though. No. What would this be? This is true, but is it this just with the lung? I'm just gonna bullshitting. Nope. Okay. No. Wait. There, well... Ah! There's nothing! God damn it! Still... Wait, the fuck is this gonna go? I'm gonna search this, I swear to God. Cause I'm like blanking over here, cause there's nothing else that's coming up. And this is the first one, by the way. Is the rest gonna be painful? Cause this is what it's slowly turning into. And this is part 1. There's 2 parts. Okay, is it just... Oh wait, we don't have it. Damn it! I need to save out a better part. We have this, right? Okay, yeah, we do. I guess. Okay. No, there's one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Huh. The Oracle not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you'd identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from the laboratory at the Imperial Yume University. The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevancy in this case. But, Prosecutor Achi, you will let the defendant speak. But the newspaper article, the court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You'll indicate to the court precisely what part of this newspaper article mentions affirmation of your assertion. Your Excellency! Yes, of course. Thank you. Mary would have never done something to further endanger Mrs. Brent's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained to the article where it says, yeah, about that. Let me read this. It's stolen. Small enters the body. Laced in poison. Boy. Well, that kind of answers that question, right? It's just tiny quantities, right? Prior to death. Is it not? If it's not this, then it's the other one. Because her autopsy literally says, about her eyes being that way, so it should just be this, right? Okay, the music stopped. The article reveals... I'm trying to... Something's, like, bothering me. The article reveals the following properties about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Mrs. Brent was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Mebami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What? This is completely and utterly ridiculous! Nonsense! Not at all! The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life. The prosecution cannot deny this possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in this document. Well, that's because by acting quickly by removing the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold. Oh please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. If I read the paper more. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defendant is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. I mean, we technically do. We have two people who could kind of prove that. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly! Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did you do it? Yorl? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly. From your expression, counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. There's kind of two. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware. That words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern society, modern judicial justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency, I'm well aware of that. I've seen it so many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In the case, you will prove your evidence now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper? This, right? It's just a pen. How exactly would you explain this piece of evidence connection to the newspaper article? In truth, I'm not really sure. What? But my father always taught me to ask my elders where I was in trouble, so I thought I should ask for your opinion, Your Excellency. You're kidding me! No! It makes sense! It made sense, and I know why! It made sense on why! Oh shit. Maybe a bit too far back. Too far back.
Objection! Objection!
Hello, welcome back. I went too far back, so here we are. Okay, now we save because Yuma went too far back. Okay. Is it not just this? Because is this in the newspaper, right? Because I thought it was the pen, but I guess not. I would ask the court to reference to the notes section of the postmortem report, which reads, extreme minosis. Pupil constriction was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a Yorkle with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the postmortem report. Meaning that it's an unusual symptom of death. Well, under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was an extremely constriction instead, that most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you Yorkle detective? In the newspaper article, there is the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contractions of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Mrs. Brent's eyes have constricted severely, yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Achi, I think you'll agree this is a very compelling evidence. You! Yoko student and Yosko professor! I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defense's actions. No. Yinjin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense's counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in the newspaper, please. Funny thing. So about that, it pains me to have to say this. He didn't even know it was missing to admit it. But I'm afraid I don't know. God damn it. You don't know. The toxin was kept under a lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. You mean to tell the court that the report of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Listen to the bubbling academic. And aware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it in the newspaper. I'll take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father. A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Hold it! Oh, it's gonna be her, isn't it? No, hey. none of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all mine. It's all my fault. Right. Mebami-san, your stand accused here. Outbursts like that will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew? I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sososuke-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin has somehow been taken. So, I decided to try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman. Miss Jezebel Brent. That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brent. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouched. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now. Whatever do you mean? And then... she suddenly got to her feet before falling to her knees in front of me and collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened, and then a moment later I was sieged with fear. The pupils on her eyes they shrunken into tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, she realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brent's lips whilst I've been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what inspired you to withdraw the blade. Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might have had a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. So we were right. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted with the courage with which you have confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. That's not a good sign. It's barely perceivable, but I do think the balance that has shifted a little here in this courtroom now. Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes. You say? Well, Mebami-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brent came to be stabbed. Well, you don't have an answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge. Can you shut up? But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh. I have evidence. And it's very much conclusive. I doubt that. Go on. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You were produced the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Achi. Perhaps some praise is due, your uncle student. What? Image. There would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself. She's probably taking it out! What the? Could a more damning shot exist? Bitch, it's the same person! it's the same person who took the fucking photo. What do you mean? Because this fucking thing is here. The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. Palpable? This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true intent of the accused is the murderous in nature. For it shows the precise moment that Mamami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. Where? I'm gonna lose my mind. Where is this quote-unquote dagger? Where is it now? Where is this quote-unquote dagger? Where is it? This dagger don't exist. As I'm like trying to like move my model to make it look decent. But like, where the fuck is this quote-unquote dagger at? Like, realistically, where the fuck is this dagger? Realistically, where is it? Where the fuck is this dagger? Because this dagger is MIA. Where? No, that's not true. No. I don't believe it. I realize she has a color spell to me. Order, order, order! Counsel for the defense. Was it you who was responsible for the shingly stream that just pierced my room? Courtroom. Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yordles are slow to the mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Sasato is starting to show her face here. It is often that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and yet here we have ample proof. No, 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 no. No, because there is some... Because it's so easy by one thing. If it ever goes to the point of questioning, it's going to be the fucking newspaper. Because it's the same fucking shit. Because they both have the same crack in the corner. The court will accept this extremely cogent photograph print as evidence. It ain't the same. It ain't the same. Because whoever fucking murdered is the same person who took that photograph. I can't believe he had a photograph. Hi, Floop. I'm reading and running. That's crazy. Also, why is my alert not coming on? Have good stream. Oh my god, Floop. I hate you. I don't know why my alert is not coming on. But hello. Thank you, Flooper, for the raid. How was stream? What did y'all end up doing? For those who don't know who I am, hi, I am Snowy Yuma. I'm a time-hopping VTuber slash PNG tuber who does random content. We are currently at Ace Attorney Great Chronicles. I can't talk today, but hello. Ace Attorney Great Chronicles Resolve 2. This is the first. Oh my god. Hefe, no. But yeah, we are currently on the first case. Or, we basically just started. Oh god, the wall text. But yeah, we are, if I can fucking think, because my brain hurts. We are currently Sasato from last game, however, we are going by an alias, because women cannot be in a courtroom defending, people, so... We are trying to defend our friend, Ray, who is accused of murder, and we just found out that poison was involved. As well as getting fucking evidence. So yeah! What? Hi, Efe. Let me do this real quick since none of my mods are here. Looper. There we go. But yeah, we are in a courtroom right now. Women can't be in a courtroom. This is like in, at best, like very, very old times. So, women cannot defend, basically. Even though technically the main character that we're playing right now is a judicial assistant. It's just they can't be lawyers, based off what I'm assuming. So yeah, that's kind of the point. So this is us, but the name is wrong because we had to go by an alias instead. But yeah, Sexism, Sag. I know. So we have a more recent. Okay, but yeah. This is our friend. Who we're defending. This is the person who died, and then we have everything else. Witnesses, prosecution, and her father, or specifically Sasato's father. But yeah, with the evidence that we have, this is bullshit. Yeah, we're at like, we should be close to like the end of this chapter, but the reason why I call whoever took this photo bullshit is because this is here, but yet in the quote-unquote newspaper that you can see without me fucking going through this, whoever took the photo has the same issue on his camera, or his or her camera, let me be more specific. So that is a thing. So I don't know who it is yet, but it is accusatory for me to go with whoever owns the camera. So yeah. And then poison was also stolen. So we're here. You will have bad voice acting by me. But I will say this. All the characters that isn't the playable one, or so the person that we're playing as, will be attemptedly voiced, if I remember. So keep that in mind. If you don't like bad voice acting, please leave, because I will fucking lose my mind. But I don't know what Floop did, so what did Floop do on stream? Me voicing all the characters in a monotone voice. Oh god. It's such a stark image, I'm generally lost for words. Wait a minute! I don't understand. How did you... He played Octopath the Traveler? Oh god. Alrighty. Hopefully it was good. How did you know? I mean, who took that photograph? Ray. That's of no importance here! Stop trying to divert attention! I want you to be my VA, Hefe. This monotoned Hefe. Oh. He beat a strong muscle mommy. Nah, not the muscle mommy. That's such an absurd thing to say. It's crucial and crucially important. Whoever took this photograph or print was a witness to Mrs. Brent's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. Floop raid, hi Kaito. I will uphold the defense's demands. She vanished. Ah, 07. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Go on, bitch! Go on, if not, we'll just grab, like, the fucking newspaper. Bitch, I dare you! Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial... Nah. Also, I can't hear because I lost my headphones. No! Rip to Kaito's headphones. Imperial... At the Imperial Police Brewery, headquarters by express post yesterday. I ate them. Oh my god. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. Yuma's dying. Yuma brained it. Perfect time to curse him out. Nah, I'm dating Kaito. You kinda can't do that. Or at least I could, but nah, I'm not gonna be that mean today. Sender's name or address. The province of the print is unknown. Goodness. Are we to understand then, Council, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you decide to accept it? You nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, did you? I like for now, have a good stream. Bye, Hefe, have a good one! Silence, you Yoral student and blabbering professor! What matters is that the blatant truth. I'm alert too. Hefe is berating me in VC. What the fuck, Hefe? Be nice! Plain truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your rambling! Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying their claims, and the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Bullshit! Oh no. Sato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you established is true, so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just have to prove that somehow. You have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came against Tachichi Achi in the court of law. I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, counsel? Well, counsel, I fucking misread that. Your Excellency. The burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is, technically we have an answer. We technically do. We technically do, right? This isn't about whether I can or cannot come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No! You can't possibly! But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. We have evidence. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you... However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What? Very well done, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer? This. It's literally just this. What is that? The newspaper again. Radinas England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-handed side. Yes indeed. They already caught my eyes as it happens. Ah, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably from the branches of a tree or the like? There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at the photograph... Good gracious. Yep. Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is presented in the photograph too. Shut up, buddy. Well, that tells us nothing. Shut fuck up. Yes, it's just a shadow of some kind, definitely. From the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach council. Bro, stop trying to make a comeback, bro. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of camera defect. Because it could just be the lens being broken. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic print device? Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. Bet! There must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Achi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. That's right. That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. What? Mamiya! I see why you were calling a precious England returnee. What are you yelling about? You already testified! It's Mamimo! I tell you! Mamimo! Me, yo, Mo! I can't. Sasaki-san, what was that? Did you say Mamimo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoei News has been hounding me, following my every move. Is it that one guy that comes up in his idols? Or like his, animations? A reporter by the name of Rantamin Memimo. Yes, hounding me from dawn to dusk. Ah, now that he mentions it. Him. Wait. I never noticed that. That same pen has this, or his symbol on his thing is the same one on his, is the same one on the pen, and his thing is blue, which is weird, and he's using a normal pen. Or, sorry, that's a normal pencil. Could that same reporter be... A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiden Memo. Yeah, the initials are the same too. That's his pen. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Mamimo! Yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire! Officer! Find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency. Yeah, you could tell. The symbol is the same on the pen. Yeah, that's him. We found our killer. I never realized that. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. Wait, what's that? You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task, understood? Where was this knife? Why was this knife not introduced? Meh. Mamiwa! Yeah, you knew, bitch. You knew, bitch. You know what? I'm determined to finish this, and then we'll end stream probably. But I still have the right to be salty. That is so stupid, bruh. I call bullshit. He knew. But yeah, that does make sense though. That actually made sense. (13th, 10:41 a.m. and it also sounds like it's gonna rain outside, so I'm gonna try to finish this session and then we'll end stream. That's probably my plan. I'm so sorry, Sasato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No! That's not it at all! Okay, let me do this real quick, and then just have fun stream open. Because I had, like, Rue stream open. I was scared for my failure coming to light, that's all. So I was hoping to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Cute model. Hi, Rue! Okay, hold on. Hello, Rue! This is temporary, obviously. But, I probably will have this as a redeem at some point, because I was able to get, mix it up working, so... I have automatic shit now, after realizing what the fuck I could do. So, I figured that out, but yeah, this is temporary. I just wanted to use this just because it matches the game a tiny bit. I say tiny bit because it's like, cute. But yeah. Have a good rest, Rue! And yeah, this is made by DG Studios. This is the free one. I just simplified it. But yeah, Rue, go take some rest. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Sato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence? That you stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Sasato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Sasato! This is so getting clipped out of context. Oh, fuck. Hit me, Sasato, I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me on the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. Ah! No, why? I'm no better, you know. Oh? Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you pulled the knife blade from Miss Brent's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Sasato! I'm sorry. After I stood there and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be by your side. I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no. I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Please don't cry. You're gonna hurt me. Oh, Sasato. You know you'll always be a gallant dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. Well, time to go back to court! What? Okay, no. I think we got this. Because we know who it is. Time to pull out the notes, chat. Time to pull up them notes. I was so scared, you know. When it happened, I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting back at the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. Be real, I'm surprised she fucking died, because the thing is we never had a murder. Okay, let me clarify. I don't think we had a murder, or at least between this one and then the Phoenix Wright one, because I haven't played Apollo Justice. I will play that on stream. I just don't know when. But, I don't think we had a murderer of, like, a different case get murdered this case, or in a newer case. I don't think. So that's kind of interesting. Well, no. I don't know if the Mia one counts, but it technically does. But she was a ghost, so not really. So I would say no, because she was executed twice, so not really. So at least we get some interesting aspects here. It all happened before my eyes. And yet you were the one of the people in the hut at the time. That's right, just Miss Brent and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. I do want to check something. Is there like a whole... That sounds wrong. And thank you, Rue, for the lurk. Is there like a whole... No, that kind of makes sense. Because the dagger itself, I think it's flat enough. Or thin enough to actually stab her this way. So, kind of possible. Kinda, I may be overcooking. A great mystery indeed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I couldn't bring myself to speak up. I'll be alright. However, it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. Chemical reagent. I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Father. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical's research laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the English woman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory that so-called English lady swaned in and without any combustion said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your works on that substance there." It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had a little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then Soseki-san knew about the poison. Yes. It is highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. That minimal, something, I don't know. Minamone-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh! No, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh. A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet obviously he didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Ah. Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel! We've heard that the new witness is ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once! It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Rutaro Naruhado. Yes! Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. Okay, there's so much thing wrong. Cause one, the pen is his because he has a symbol on the strap of his arm, or the armband to be more exact, is similar to the one on the pen. Two, he's writing with a pencil. Why would he need a pencil when he could just get multiple pens? Two or three, his initials is on the pen, which was mistaken for Ray's, but really it's not. And four, he does have like an ink smudge on his hand. So that is another thing too. So we have like four options. Oh yeah, and then the camera lens, but the camera lens we kind of already used. So it's literally between four of those. I hereby call this court to order as we could reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Mibami. I think of Banmi, but Banmei. Prosecutor Achi, have you summoned a new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. Oh god. Oh. What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikatoba's laboratory at the Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Jezebel Brent's life. Jamatel. Excellent, I admired your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. Why do you look so happy? Is it because there's no quote-unquote poison on it, but yet we have to use it? I had the regent delivered to the police's headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I feared we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. In council, what were the results? I thought for a second he knew that we were a girl. This dagger, which was cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no traces of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Are you sure about that? Check the reputation of the police on it. Armed with the regenerate, the test is really extremely easy. They couldn't have made a mistake. Can we check it? Okay, I do not care, Achi. No, I don't care. Can we use it? Oh yes, this must be the victim's blood. They were a pretty sight. Clean it. Cleanliness. I'd be real, I do like her fit. Something else, father. Can we use... Nothing appears of ordinary... It appears to be written in a foreign language I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Appropriate. Okay, so we can't use it. God damn it! Let me use it! In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Wrong! Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness. Wrong! Wrong! The newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of a crucial moment. Good. Okay, time to pull out with the bang. Very well, officer, bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case... How could the toxin have entered the victim's body? I can answer that fast enough. It's literally... It is so easy. It is with the pen. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Written memo of the Show You News. I am what people like to call a journal. What's a journal, father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalists. I'm there where... Yeah, the fact he's showing this off is kind of my proof. Where the news breaks. Putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. Yeah, he just fucked up. I'm gonna be real, he fucked up. They don't call me the hero of Hurlin for nothing. The nice guy of news. Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, wasn't it? Go on. Well, what have we have here? I'm sorry? Ooh, brace yourself, people! The memo sends a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defending by curious, handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Readers, we'll lap this up. We'll say, what? Dude. Edition. Huh? Right then. Let's start with your name. Oh, it's Rintaro Naruhado. That's what made you become a lawyer. Why are you answering the questions in a courtroom? Stop! Well, to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Rintaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed because it was Selva's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Tatachi Achi. That is Takisuchi Achi. Auchi. That's all called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objection strikes fear into every defense's lawyer's heart. No. I don't care about you, old man. No, the readers won't buy that. Get fucked. Witness. Yes. What this court demands to know is whether or not you are responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. You could tell it's him! He literally has like a pen smear! Yes, I wouldn't be a journalist if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way you gotta be fast. Fast legs to run with, and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. It's what they call my memoism? Is that what the fuck he just said? I'm not reading that again. Ah yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Sosowski-san. Yes, right. That was me. The memo again. Mama. But you were supposed to be back to the Shoei news office after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that English woman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brent's words. A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen. It's horse dung. This country judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues to play. Well, anyway. I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. This name is gonna give me a headache. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here it goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going to get some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. Get the woman's storage so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Oh yes, I saw it with my very own Juno eyes, from start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Momomo-san. You may now give your formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounded Mrs. Brent's death. The beach's hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there was plenty of gaps I could see through. That Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman on the floor as she stabbed her in the back. That's countering hers. My Shimano Juno spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough leaves of one of those screens and poked the lens through the perfect shot. Does that not counter the first picture? Yeah, does it not bullshit the one picture? Does that not counter that? Read screens, you say. Whatever. Right, you can see them clearly enough to get a good shot I took. The hut walls were just screens, just made of coarse woven reeds. Okay, never mind, I'm wrong. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and brings some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna be real, this should be an easy case. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw the whole thing from from start to finish. And you say that you took a photograph through a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I have been seen? It's a gamble of a lifetime. A tendency of purpose that considers admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scuba the next. That mementonism in a nutshell. I'm just gonna assume that. I'm not bullshitting my way through that. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. No, we got a murderer on our hands. There's a difference. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling, and I believe we may be close to a verdict. No! Sure. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Shut up. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph. All the markings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. More pathetic excuses. I believe we could cook. Very well, Consul. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. I wonder if we ever get caught. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Well, that isn't his camera. But hell, we should have something. Okay, the camera never lies. There's choppy reeds, so there are plenty of grabs. Technically, not really, but you can't see what it is. The English woman was sitting on a stool. When the girl came back and started arguing with her, that's semi-true. The second pulled out a knife. The English woman on the floor. Why would she need to push her, though? Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Huh! The precise moment. I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out. From start to finish. Okay, sir. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Okay, now you bring this up after centuries? Right you are. It is here in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman... Yeah, that makes sense. Was on this stool in the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused on testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly. Is that what I have noted down? It is my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Snobbish bitch. Ugh. Then, next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of women... Bullshit! Ended up in the middle of the arguing fiercely. The English woman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. Bullshit! In a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you're describing is a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what my memoism says. Okay, we get the layout. By the way, Mamemo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Junos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our ransom dene. I don't know if that's a pronunciation, but sure. So you didn't converse with Miss Brand at all? Obviously not. An observer remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Okay, I'm gonna double check this if I actually, like, fully open this, including... Okay, yeah, I did. Fountain pen, an emblem of some small amount of liquid in the reservoir. We got the symbol, right? Okay, yeah. Wanna double check. Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think that Widdis's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you... I will grant the defense's request. Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well... Now this is the foundation of memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut nor speaking to the Englishwoman as I am an observer. But the pen was in her hand, sorry. The pen was in her hand, right? Objection! The pen was in her hand. Momo-san, until now I have had a firm belief that newspapers are in business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Show You News on my arm. In a way, that's more of a Meninism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Counsel? Momo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Yeah, the fact of that reaction says otherwise. This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brent's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that the owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, right? Bami. Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also RM. No! Written memo. RM. That's horse dung! Can't you see? One of the tenets of Meninism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must be rather careless, left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horse dung. Mini Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Jezebel Brent in that beach hut? Why would we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. But we're not wrong. Exactly. Showing News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. Yes, bitch! Yes! This is our queen! And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. I love this smug, Susato. I'm gonna be real. Yes, our queen! Slay! A clue that undeniably proves who its real owner is. In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen clearly reveals its owner's identity. Nope, I don't need you to replay this. I was just making sure I got the right section. I love Smug Susato. As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize. Nemo-san. Goodness me, it's the emblem of the show you news. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shiryu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? I love Sasato. She's so slays. Well, Memeno-san, how do you respond? No. Oh, get fucked. Get fucked, bitch. Order. Explain yourself, witness. Go on, bitch. Go on. Confess. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using corrosive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, though long before the grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Showa news reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the English woman. Why is it not published? I caused so much bullshit. An interview? You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed up her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 to 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. As we momentalists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. Bullshit. However insignificant you deem to be it, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it, yes, alright, but on one condition. Bullshit! Condition? In all good consensus, I cannot speak alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witnesses, Saseki Natsumi-san. Saseki-san? Of course, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. And brace yourself. It's not, because it's not a harmless one, it's big. Why? Why is that so? What? Why is he okay? Sure. Sure. Why the fuck? Okay, sure. Momentonism states that one's man's secret is every other man's front page story. What am I hearing? Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. What? Officer, summon the other witness back to the stand. Why is he getting blamed? Saseki-san hiding something. Poor Saseki-san! I asked an Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Bullshit! Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses coming and running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. He didn't say anything about it in his testimony, which is why Momentonism demands I reveal it now. Okay. Also, I have Pocky Sticks, so I'm just snacking. You mean to say the victim? The victim regained consciousness? Well, and when she did, you decided to ask her a question. That's, true, yes. Oh god, Saseki-san. He did. That's not all. The woman gave him a very definitive answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. That's preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question, I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak, she was barely cautious even. Then why is this here? Why is this convo here? What are you trying to do? Make more bullshit out of this? Counsel for Defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brent implicated Miss Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? It doesn't make sense! Stabbed. I don't know why Hosanaga fucking laughed. Okay, we'll ask if this is actually true. What question? What did he exactly say? Well, now, you should hear from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Riderman? This man looks like he's blackmailing him. Out with it, you Yorkle Yak. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman? Well, the truth. I've been catching crab at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But all of a sudden, from the little beach hut, a young girl's panic screech and cries for help pierced the air. Ray. I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. And as soon as Inspector Hasanaga saw Miss Brent on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead English woman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. What did you ask her, Sosowski-san? He asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She didn't say anything. Nothing in response. But... When it comes to the stand, you will answer the question asked of you unambiguously. No, without evasion or reluctancy. I demand you to amend your testimony. I will. And he never replied. So you tried to figure out who the culprit was. He who asks the question is a fool for a minute. He who does not refrain a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. What was the second time? I know the first time, but... Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you indicated that the victim failed to respond, is that correct? I know why. I know why the English woman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache. Because I'm Japanese. Oh dear, Sasaki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the reports on his time in Great Britain, I cannot say I'm surprised of his xenophobia. But the English woman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Riderman? Well, yes. Alright, she did respond in a matter of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted her trembling finger and pointed to the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
Miss Brent pointed a finger at the defendant. Seki-san, is that true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but let me first enter the beach hut. I'm so sorry I sound like I'm crying. The English woman was bald, sprawled on the floor before us and with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the Asian woman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling figure at the back of the hut. Which was, it cannot be denied, in the direction of the student girl who was standing accused today. No. So like I said, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But, fiddlesticks, I said. This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yeah, that's crazy. Yes, of course. Hello, Warren. The English woman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was blur. And to think about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Naturally, no, not slightly, in a very different direction where this student girl was standing. To somewhere in the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing at are both unclear? Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear. Shut up. If it was by the wall where no one is there, the only person would be Mememo, because he took the photo. Your Excellency. Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Shut up. Yes, the bully. Yes, the woman barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps the finger was wavered slightly, but can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there is no one other than the accused in the direction of the victim was pointing. Bullshit. It is now abruptly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. I don't know what advice I'm giving this man. I know I'm very indecisive. I'm inclined to agree. In the absence of credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No! 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 The headline's writing itself. Dashing my hopes dashed. 92 points across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Sasato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible through the test may seem. We have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Mary gave us her account of how the events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brent was killed. I was sitting on the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying, and then a moment later, she suddenly got on her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife stabbed in her back. Get your notes, chat. Get your notes. Time to get them notes cooking. We got this. We got this. We got this. How could Miss Brent have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that is empty but herself and Ray? Somehow, amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to this question. Behind. I'll take it that the defense has nothing further to add. So, the galleon yoke gold student's luck finally ran out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on the matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding, and how did he or her stab the victim? Behind! He kinda already threw himself out! He threw himself out already! He already said Oh, because apparently those are clean, right? The dagger can easily stab someone. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your addiction. I can't talk. For the time being. No, to what end, counsel? Defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can't be explained. Who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture. An alternative theory? Ha, nonsense. There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brent, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction fantasy! Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Rutaro Naruhado. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of their plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly were you proponing it was concealed? Can I just point outside? It's just outside. Naruhado-san would never give up, and I'm Naruhado now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brent was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside of the hut. Yes, I am. What? Order, order, order! But student lawyer Naruhado-san Esquire, that makes no sense! You just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snapped. I didn't see any suspicious individual lurking about, I swear to that. Obviously, the culprit had been outside of the hut. There is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Wrong! Actually, Prosecutor Achi, there is a way. And in point of fact, the defense can prove evidence strongly suggesting that precisely the way Miss Brent was killed. Defense assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to compel. You need to give us more guidance. What precise evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed outside the hut? Should just be this, right? The original photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside of the beach hut. Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. I said it once, I'll say it again. Right here. Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade have been forced to the reeds. No, I can't see such a thing, any such thing. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brent was killed. Reiten Minamomo-san. Mamemo-san. It could have only been you. Yes. No.
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Because she got up! Are we just to assume, as a part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower? No, because she got up. Bitch. No, of course not. We're not. Have you recalled the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death? Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brent. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly as if she knew she was untouched. A stool? Another look at the photograph. The slit in the read screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. My word. So, in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the read screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brent rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant, Mebami-san, appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth about what happened on the beach that day. Go on. Go on. By your silence, Minemo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is absurd. But we ain't wrong. That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Memabi-san, is innocent of this crime. Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. The Achi-clad cat. What was my growth? My growth of hope. It wasn't all an aberration. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason for the continuous of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings. Okay, what the fuck do you want, bozo? Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the High Court of our mighty empire serves justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedoms to speak and branding them as criminals. But we established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the read screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have this hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinged on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? We're really fighting this? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where was she stabbed? How was she stabbed? It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference, if you think about it. Excuse me? After all, this trial has shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Sir, what are you blabbering about? What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. He knows. The poison? He knows. Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that the deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? It's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brent, is that right? Is he asking where this fucking thing got from? That is correct. The unusual constrictions of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed? No. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems very highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. How refreshing to hear the argument of a Metopian man. Metrotopian. Precisely. It matters not to draw who stabbed or whom's in whose back with whose blade. He killed. Okay, sure. Because quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife but by the poison. You literally mentioned that the poison was non-existent, but that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already. Have forgotten already, have you, wee yokel? During these various proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of blood of poison in it whatsoever. Ugh. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turns out to be a headline making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Order! But, where does this leave us? How in that case did the poison enter the victim's body? There's undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely did it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated glass and water. Carbonated glass. Oh my god. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass have been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brent drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will be a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned a woman, wouldn't it? I mean, that's been established already. Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. Those are prime prize fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet, after all. We're so close, yet so far. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great. That is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent bird, Your Excellency. You claim it is to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journal and I'm a man. I never try to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now because that's my mannerism. For a brief moment I thought I'd illuminate the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brent for what she did, someone else had to see justice done. Why do you care? So you admit it then, that everything happened as I described. That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brent in the back through the read screen. You could play in this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and let murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of the charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. Can we just get him out? Why do we have to do this? As someone who spends his life seeking the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was someone else who had it in for the victim and got her to her before me. This bitch really trying. That's right, you guessed it. The pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this journal here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison itself, he need only to have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, this report had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. You are fucking bitch. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. And after I made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-san, Sama, and Naruhado-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well done, counsel. Proceed with what I'm assuming is to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Yes, Your Excellency. I love the fact that her animations are basically just Runosuke. So. Okay. Okay. Got it. He admitted that. Got my goat? What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in the restaurant 9 months ago. That's what. Liar! The student girl was laying on into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikitopa, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British collar courts in Shanghai. However, there was a little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back into her homeland a free woman. He was eating the student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tribe. Ray. Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Stop, please, you have to make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Mimbani-san. We're in the middle of a cross-examination. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly! He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigot, dirty, great, peeping Tom! Whoa, take it easy there. Please! I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accuser's remarks. I will grant the request of the defense. But Your Excellency, this is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stiff the defendant's upstairs concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this covers regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh, thank you so much, Your Excellency. Something to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing about the poison. Stolen poison. The stolen person that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one who went to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brent certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. What's the plan? That's true. I pestered Professor Mikitomo until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited the laboratory. But when I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brent rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Soke-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I had a singular, terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you could understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brent about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government, even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brent respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah, yes, Mememo-san. One small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly, you were outside of the beach house listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brent were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you heard. Most likely... Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Bitch, you're sweating. Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brent, word for word. Ah. Well, Mememo-san? As a journo and a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That is a founding principle of Memenoism. Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So, that's what it's all about. You're trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinky story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink. Yes, it does. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. Yeah, go on! Bitch! Bitch about it! Bitch about it! The point is, if you poison someone, there's no reason to then go on and stab someone. This is 5, right? Yeah, this is 5. We're just gonna pull simply this and just shoo away. Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did! There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, we were told that it was a terrible toxin. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Mebami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Bennett's drink. Where are you going at this, counsel? Let me finish, bozo! Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brent couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Meme-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulated put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brent about the poison. At which point, Memo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely that the poison has been developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. Furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would inhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Whoops. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life has been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Bami-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. Ugh. In other words, someone like you, Red 10 Memo. Yeah. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that that was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. I love my queens! As you listen in from the far side of the beach hut, thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you've already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatch a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the read screen. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brent before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction, but he had hoped to anticipate the victim's death before that could happen, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison in use, no one would have ever had suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife in the middle of the victim's back. He's gonna claim that there's no point. He has no reason, or there's no proof that he stole it, even though in reality it's his pen. Order, order, order! The argument presented is sound, and the court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there's a number of... yes, I counter completely. The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost... Damn, that's crazy. I love my fucking roasting queen over here. Lost hope? Damn. Ugh, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who you're calling fallen? My burgeoning growth. I don't mean a counter-argument. Damn, he can speak for himself. What are you talking about? Too blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say? Gave it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Your pen? That, she stole? That she gave back to you? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Well, your pen, that is empty. Whereas, I base my news on facts. Okay, fine. Facts, what do you mean? Explain yourself. You don't have evidence either. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial is all here in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all notes. That's what the show you news is famous for. It's the power of the printed words. Sure, we know easy ass to steal poison. It's about him getting patted down, right? How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I, René Mimeno, a mere reporter from the show you use, couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. Nah, it's kind of easy, but there can't be any questions of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that was the case... As you identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. But because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? My point is this. There is one way that you, Mamemo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proves that you have identified that the witness stole the poison that day in question. Take that. The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. A fountain pen? How could that be possibly relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. I swear by the weasel-haired calligraphy brushes and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fraud. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, I obviously love my fountain pen. Suck up a soupon of subconscious ink, and the one's work is washed with words in a blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all of this talk of sucking up ink have? It's just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir. It's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word, can this really be? Well, Mamemo-san. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib into the pen's reservoir. Yeah. More absurdity. That never happened. True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent theft like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside the fountain pen of all places? No. I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Mememo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass. There could be a number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked was one of her other answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand. No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir has been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? What the fuck? Are we really going on with this? This man is still in denial. Hi, Kermit, how you doing? How you doing, Kermit? I need a break from this man. Who are you? Hi, it is still me. This is just a different model choice. I only did it because it matches the game a tiny bit. Hi, Kermit, how you doing? I'm good, how you doing? I mean, I'm vibing. I got a chance to buy snacks, finally. How you doing, Kermit? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ah! Not you throwing them. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen. That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you, Kermit, be drawing while watching... Once we finish this chapter, I think I am ending, because I have streamed for a while. So, we are close to, like, near end. We'll see what the second chapter holds. If you thought you could drag down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. Can we just, I don't know, like, have the chemical now, because we've been holding it for, like, centuries? Maybe? Like, a tiny bit? There's no evidence. No evidence could be possible. Mememo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. My Discord died. Yep, that's crazy. My Discord actually died. I'm like sitting in VC alone. I was just chilling in VC. I was just chilling in VC alone in case like anyone redeems like Poyo or something, or like mods say Poyo. Fire! Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. That's it then. This will be the final piece in this puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that with the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. It's just this. Is it just this? This has to be it. Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Ah. Yes, that poison is entirely new synthesize of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other methods. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Drive. Oh shit, rip the camera. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold heads to national civilization. I'm giving up on this fucking breakdown. Damn! Susanoo, with me! There. We love our queens! We love our queens! Did I do it right? That was the Susanoo takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Rintaro takedown. We love our queens! We love our queens! That was deserved. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. Can we see? I'll cry when I saw it there in the lab, the poison. The devil got a hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself to empty all the ink down in the sink in the bathroom, wash the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the English woman ended up dead? I went into that hut, intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. As a no-killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A Far Easterner caveman perpetrating to practice journalism. Really? You must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways. You ignorant pleb. Damn! What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press. It's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Damn, that's crazy. She basically roasted the fuck out of him. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. Hi, Solus. And yes, we are, as our true killer is getting roasted. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. Damn, that's crazy. She tried to be a hero and failed. I suppose it was my journal spirit, getting all fired up. I'd like to ask you something. Yes. You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After the trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Judicial jurisdiction should never have to come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset, a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I've done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore up the article. He came under pressure from the government, do you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Mememo-san, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame on the victim on the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Jezebel Brent. What? Yeah, nah. What are you doing, Solus, if you're still alive? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. Man, this man got depressed real fast. It appears that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last, finally. Counsel for the defense. Rutaro Naruhado. Oh. Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it was very much reminded me of your cousin exploits. Oh, Naruhado Rinosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. It gives me hopes that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel mostly keenly. That the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Achi, do you have any final thoughts? Is he about to... Prosecutor Achi? Tatsuki of the Achi clan have been invested by a callow youth not once now, but now twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Is he... Rather than living in shame, I will end it all now with this No! That is the true path of Achiism. Achiism? One hopes that the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Please tell me he's just gonna cut his hair and not stab himself. Spirit of my top knot. The time is right for farewell. Oh, he's cutting his hair. I was actually scared. Hope is lost forever to touch. Sir, you really don't have to do this. You really did not have to do this, but... Bald! Bald! Damn, that's crazy. Not everyone. Well, there goes his hair. Or at least a part of it that he hoped he can grow back. But he failed. Now, in regard to the defendant, Ray Mimbami-san. Yes, Your Excellency. I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty! We did it! I'm also like dying. I think my voice is dying out, but I will be streaming tomorrow. Court is now adjourned. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I could do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhado-san? Susato! Susato! Oh, she's crying. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've done. Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderful. Fully, Ray. So, I would have to say that the congratulations belongs to you. Sato, don't be so standoffish. I'm sorry. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial is over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Rintaro Naruhado, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Wasn't there anybody else we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense Attorney Rintaro Naruhado. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Rintaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba for now. So, I'll never see him again, then. What a terrible shame. What? What is happening? Ah, Sasasi Scout and Inspector Osnaga. I hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons. But did it? I hope, but it's me, Susato Mikotoba. I don't. So dashing, so divine. No! Double dashing, yes, and devilishly divine, just look at you. I had no idea Miss Asano-san Esquire's that you were locum student our Hano-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly saying he's a 30. Hey, he said part of the line. Poor Saseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I've ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhito-san's skillful, I think that's supposed to be another L, defense at the Old Bailey, Saseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau. Who knew? Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? I'm not sure you should be admitting that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not patched on you, though, Inspector. Well, I'm a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Asanaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on a steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now that the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the English woman committed at the end of last year. Oh yes, it was this English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. In the village to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. My arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, it's going to be who I think it is. No, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. I also served another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Oh, this is where... Okay, oh god. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you'd understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did the news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after the long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceive might inconvenience me in a way, or harm me? And that's really the only explanation I could think of. Dear me, do you reserve your most cunning glares for your father, Sasato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't. Doug, let me go! Memo-san. So, one throw wasn't enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor. Me. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In the visiting student's fate. Really? You're still trying to do this? You're still trying to do this? Really? Visiting student. Jezebel Brent, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. 9. What? Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama? What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll... Oh, shit! Well, I didn't expect him to find him here. What did I... Okay, this is like first, but like... Why is the judge here? What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. Damn, that's crazy! This is the first time we actually see the judge in person! That's crazy. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Yunjin, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. Ha 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 ha. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend. Seishiro Junjogoku. And I may say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. He knew? Sasato. Oh shit, he knew. Did you know along from the start of the trial? A judge sees everything, Sasato. I couldn't let you take the risk. Is Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, Father! Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Oh, thank you very much. What did you think of my Seishiro's slang, eh? It's been a while since I seen a flying man flying like that. That's crazy. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Jezebel Brent? About Dr. Wilson? And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama? I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime. When nobody else is around. Suzuki! Judicial Assistant Mikitoba-san, Esquires, could I have a word? Oh yes, of course, Sasaki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh? I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back to England. This I have to hear. Please, Sasaki-san, tell me at once. I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I embroiled, and thank goodness locum student Naruhado-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived to Japan, I submitted a report about my experience to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikitoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of questions about my report. My father? He seems to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. What was it then? That particular part my father was interested in. He doesn't know. I don't really know exactly. Yep, I figured. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course. I could never forget. Your father seemed concerned himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean the one Mr. Jones forbade any of us talking about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that nasty detective says. Anyways, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all of this curious unanswered questions. That horrific, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
No, okay. We'll see what the second one holds, or at least if there's a cutscene part. So we will save, but we did it, and I'm happy. My numbers are Cloud Kokoro, and I see Stomps. Oh no. Let's do this! Okay, I just want to see what the lesson holds. Okay, so we have this, this, and this. And I think it's gonna take, at best, like 5 streams? I do like the animations of how they decided to do this.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight, than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
Interesting. Okay. We are stopping here. I would like to continue, but I will be streaming tomorrow anyway. So I am gonna put this on hold. It was fun. It was kind of crazy because a lot of it was common sense, I guess, but it was fun either way. All the characters were interesting. Especially, I still stand by the fact that we love our queens. But yeah, let's see who's streaming. Is anyone streaming this game that is not, higher than me, or am I the only one? Surprisingly, I'm not the only one. But I want this to be blind. You know what? We'll raid into this person. But yeah, if you enjoyed my content, please hit the follow button. And thank you again to Flooper again for the raid earlier. We will be raiding someone, so stay in to claim your sushi. Raid message number 1 is those without subs. Raid message number 2 is those with subs. Here is the Discord, the Twitter that I forget that exists, and the YouTube for past VODs that you may have not seen and want to see from. We are gonna raid someone. I'm just gonna quickly copy and paste this for myself because I will forget. I will be streaming tomorrow. I think I'm gonna do, I'm gonna have to check later, but I will do a bit of streaming tomorrow. I know later on it is going to be Goose Goose Duck, so keep that in mind. I will be streaming Goose Goose Duck tomorrow with a couple peeps. I have not made the list yet, so I will do that later. But yeah, let me prepare this raid. We are going to be raiding Yamako, who is currently, I think recently still playing. So, let me... Yamako, who is also playing this game. We are kind of further ahead of him, so do not spoil anything. Seems like a chill person. As we'll probably hear his voice for a bit as my fire lurk is going off.
Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine.
Yeah, he seems fine. Well, we'll run into him.
Cross-examine? Do it now.
So, I will be streaming tomorrow. It'll be 4 p.m. EST, as well as I will try to do some other content, and hopefully I can do it with this model. If not, I'll just do Mustache. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and I'll see you next time. Bye!